This is CNN.
It's brought home the fact that we're all kind of mortal, here today, gone tomorrow.
Welcome to CNN's special presentation of Diana, Princess of Wales, a royal tribute. I'm Bernard Shaw. In a few moments, the coffin bearing Princess Diana will take her from her home at Kensington Palace for the very last time. And at the moment that coffin appears draped in the royal standard, there will be the sense, no matter where you are on this planet, there will be the sense of the heartfelt and tearful prayers of a nation mourning its princess. CNN will follow the horse-drawn procession step by step through the streets of London as Great Britain says goodbye. From Kensington to St. James's Palace, and then to Westminster Abbey for her funeral, and to her final resting place near her family's home at Althorp. England stands weeping. Within minutes, the body of Diana, Princess of Wales, begins its final journey. And by the tens of thousands, her countrymen and women have come. As far as the eye can see on this sunny, cloudless, but somber morning, the people of England are lining the streets of London. The people of the world are looking on. Together, all of us will watch, we will listen. Many will cry, many will pray. Soon the funeral bell will toll. Slow, measured. Once every minute, it will ring out. The sights and sounds of a day like this are seldom seen or heard, but they will always be remembered. Welcome to CNN's special presentation of Diana, Princess of Wales, a royal tribute. I'm Bernard Shaw. In a few moments, the coffin-bearing Princess Diana will take her from her home at Kensington Palace for the very last time. And at the moment that coffin appears draped in the royal standard, you will feel, no matter where you are, the heartfelt and tearful prayers of a nation mourning its beloved princess. CNN's Richard Blystone now reflects on why Diana has captured the hearts of the people.
Saturation. No wonder she's missed. She was there every day, like the stars in the sky or the fingers on your hand. Custom didn't stale her infinite variety. Like Shakespeare's Cleopatra, she made hungry where she most satisfied. Cleopatra with the Midas touch. Nobody else came close.
She was present at the function. Wherever she was, you would raise vast sums of money for the charity. Just her presence was enough.
Majesty magazine once reckoned Diana generated $23 million worth of free publicity every year just by consuming the trainers she wore, the mineral water she sipped, the car she drove. A female generation grew up wanting to be her. News and photographs of Diana, glamorous or scurrilous, could make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Her death has made hundreds of thousands of mourners. What inspired this harvest of flowers stretched along the walls of St. James's Palace? By any normal measure, it is too much. What kind of magnetism pulls a tide of people to wait all night to sign their names? 1 million people, 1 million answers.
She just hit everyone's heart. She just was a normal person, as well as a royal. She was special.
It's just her love for, firstly, her family, and then for other people. And I think that's what we can all learn from.
The fact that she was such a very loving mother and loved children so much touched a lot of women, especially throughout the world.
I like her caring for minorities like children and suffering, people suffering from all kinds of illnesses.
She's a mother. I could relate to her in every way.
She,
went and visited places, and she went to help get rid of all the landmines. She's just wonderful.
Friends say Lady Di always wanted to be a princess, not knowing what that would mean. As she learned, we watched a gallery of Diana moments. In love?
Of course.
Whatever in love means.
Cradling a baby born to be a king. Here you see something's wrong. Pictures at a monument to love that cried, I'm alone.
And to give me the time and space.
The withdrawal from the glare. That in-your-face hairdo as Diana casts herself as the royal rebel. The stumbles and scandals, the search for a purpose. And finally, a real role in the crusade against landmines. Papers now call her the People's Princess, as though to say the people's, not the palaces. Queen Elizabeth never knew what to do about Diana's scene-stealing charisma, and in truth, there was probably little she could do. The royals were working from a 19th century script, and Diana, born blue-blooded but not royal, was not a portrait of frozen rectitude. She was fun. And today, her flaws and foibles, bitchiness, bulimia, psychic healers, only make her more human. But surely she was not human enough, saintly enough, beautiful enough, or wise enough to warrant all this. Well, no icon before her dwelt in a media culture like today's, with myriad unblinking, unsleeping eyes. Technology's windows through which people yearn to share glamorous lives, share them all the way to the bedroom, all the way to the grave.
We wanted then to know every bit. You know, she thought, like lots of personalities, you can turn the press on and turn them off. And very soon she discovered she couldn't, that if you invite them in, then they want to stay in.
For all that power to draw, to attract, to charm, to comfort, to inspire, within the Diana phenomenon, there was a person called Diana who was trapped. A real person who loved the attention but hated the scrutiny, whose touch was comfort but whose tongue was sharp, whose quest for a new love kept going sour. The idol of millions, and one of her most devoted pursuers kept asking himself,
why she was on her own? Why did she always go shopping on her own? I mean, you see her shopping in the most exclusive parts of London, Knightsbridge, Harrods, places like that, always on her own.
For Diana the person, things went out of control early on, and despite all her efforts, stayed out of control right to that Mercedes ride. She died trying to break out of the suffocating but protective envelope that surrounds a royal. She was the daughter of her time and the creation and victim of its technologies, appetites, expectations, and obsessions.
We'll never see anything like it again. In the days of the early church, they used to have a process of canonization, making a saint by acclamation. Well, that's what we've been witnessing in London. It's been Saint Diana.
If mourning Diana evolves into a cult of Diana, the woman who's lived in everyone's house may stay with us a while longer.
We are seeing movement at Kensington Palace, where Princess Diana lived with her two sons, William and Harry. Hundreds of thousands have waited in and around this area. One of the newspapers had an aerial photograph of Kensington Garden, and there's just a cascading carpet of flowers. There you see, almost in the middle of your screen, the horses. CNN's Donna Kelly is there. She's been there all morning. Donna, so many people, yet relative stillness.
You're absolutely right, Bernie, and that's the way it's been at most of the places that I've been to. I was at St. James's and I was at Buckingham Palace, and I also am now this morning at Kensington. And for this number of people, Bernie, it's amazing the people who are here, and there's not really very much talking in a normal tone of voice. People very reverent, very somber, and I suspect that that will get even more quiet as the funeral cortege gets closer to us. We have just a bare view, I can see, perhaps of some movement from our vantage point coming toward us here at Kensington Palace. I can see some of the people on the approach to Kensington Palace who are moving more toward the fence line and toward the gate and trying to get a look of their last view of the princess as she starts this long, sad journey to her final resting place. The one thing that some people had mentioned before, too, the Queen talked yesterday in her unprecedented address of the nation united in grief, and with all the people watching here in person and on television around the world, so many people united in their love and affection of Princess Diana and coming to pay their last respects to her. She came from St. James's Palace last evening here to Kensington. She'd been resting at St. James's in the Chapel Royal all week, and then she was brought here to Kensington, her former home, to rest here. And Prince Charles and Prince William and Prince Harry came to Kensington yesterday from Scotland to pay their respects, and they did greet the crowd yesterday when they came. They were met with applause and people giving their condolences to them, handing them flowers and shaking hands with the young princes and talking to them and encouraging them and showing compassion. Yes, Bernie?
As we watch these pictures with our viewers around the world in 210 countries, a man who's written 2 biographies, Nicholas Davies, is watching these pictures, and I was looking at the expression on your face.
Well, it is the same expression across the nation. There must be many millions who can't make it today, but they will all be watching. And they will all be in a somber mood. So very, very different, Bernie, to those incredible scenes that took place in 1981 when they married, when the flags were waving and the people were cheering. Today, all of us feel as though it should never have happened.
These 6 black horses pulling the gun carriage, holding the coffin. A coffin draped with the royal standard. We remember the royal standard covering the coffin when Princess Diana's body was borne by air from Paris to London by Prince Charles. Along with these horses, 8 mounted policemen escorting the procession, as well as 12 bearers from the King's Troop Royal Horse Artillery. Throughout this funeral cortege, every time 60 seconds pass, we will hear 1 tenor bell. Every minute, the sound of the tenor bell. Nicholas Davies, we're going to see something extraordinary when we reach St. James's Palace.
Yes, what is happening here really is that it has become a very personal funeral. Usually these great royal state funerals, as we call them, are full of ceremony, full of protocol, full of tradition. Already we can see this is changing, that it is a far more personal funeral than anyone would have imagined for Princess Diana. And that appears to have been because her brother, Earl Spencer, who she, by the way, brought up as only 18 months older, but they were very, very close when she was a child. He's insisted that it becomes more of a people's funeral than ever we would have imagined the princess to have had.
Prince Charles had a hand in expanding the funeral procession route. You can recall that police authorities were very concerned that there would be so many Britons in the city along this route that the space could not accommodate them. The police balked at the idea of expanding this by 2 miles. And through his spokesman, Prince Charles, in effect, said, okay, if you oppose expanding this cortege route, you are going to have to issue a public statement explaining why.
Oh, Prince Charles has acted extremely well over all this. I mean, he has taken command to a great degree. He has taken over command, and what he is doing all the time is staying as close as he can to the boys.
The dinner bell pealing again. That's one sound. The human sound is that of emotion on the streets of London. resting gently on the standard which drapes the coffin, these white lilies from Prince Charles and sons Prince William and Prince Harry. Davies, a question rippling through the funeral cortege route has to be, will they or won't they?
Well, I believe, as a result of yesterday, Bernie, that Prince Charles will walk behind the gun carriage, and I also believe that Prince William and Harry will walk with him. They were remarkable yesterday, Bernie. They warmed everyone's hearts. They worked the crowds there nearly as well as their mother's done 100 times before, 1,000 times before. And I feel they will want to take the last mile with their mother walking behind the gun carriage. No decision has been taken. It was going to be left to see how they could handle today. And that is why Charles said, we will wait to see how they're taking the day. If they can hack it, they will walk behind, and I think they probably will.
Along the cortege route, our reporters are watching what you are watching. Donna Kelly.
Bernie, the crowd fell absolutely silent as Princess Diana's casket went by us just a couple of minutes ago. And the crowd, immediately after it would go by, much of the crowd started to move and to follow the casket down the street. And so many people tried to get pictures of the casket as it went by in the funeral cortege. One of the people who was with us to watch, her name is Cecile. Cecile, when she went by, your thoughts?
Great sadness. So the loss of somebody who I believe was very, very special. And I think she showed us that kindness can become a way of life. And what I would like to say, that I feel that if each one of us who's watching, who's here today, could do one act of kindness for somebody, maybe someone they hadn't thought about before, that would be a tremendous monument to her, and it would be a living thing that maybe would become a way of life.
And that is something the princess would probably like, because she acted with such kindness and compassion. Bernie?
Donna Kelly along the funeral cortege route. If you are just joining us, the cortege has moved away from Kensington Palace, where Princess Diana lived. It is moving along London's historic streets, advancing on St. James's Palace. As the procession moves here in London, the military precision is, if you will, very, very precise. The soldiers are marching at what's called dead march step, 70 paces per minute. Richard Blystone, everyone involved in this funeral cortege, officially, these soldiers, these horses, has been rehearsed and rehearsed and rehearsed.
That's right, Bernie. Certainly the British, we have come to expect the best of this sort of thing for the British. Curiously enough, they were not very good at it as recently as the middle of the last century, when there were many complaints during a royal funeral that the British don't do that sort of thing very well. They certainly do it well now. The men whom you see walking on either side of the casket there, the men in red with the bearskin hats, are members of the Welsh Guards. Diana, you will remember, was Princess of Wales, married to the Prince of Wales. The mounted man on the right-hand side of your screen, well, you've just missed him now, was the sergeant commanding. A couple of mounted men in the parade, and then trace bearers walking along beside. The 8 men flanking the coffin will be the ones who will carry the casket. Bernie?
The funeral cortege now passing along the southern edge of Hyde Park. Bill Delaney is at St. James's Palace along the road.
Very early in the morning. What brought you out here?
We stayed out last night, and we just wanted to get a space by the front so we could see it when she went by.
Why is that important to you to be here today?
Just to pay my last respects, say goodbye.
What did she mean to you?
She was very kind and very generous, and she gave her time to other people. And
what?
That's a lot to give.
What did she mean to you? You're just a young woman. What did she mean to your generation?
She was young and she was, I don't know, she was a young princess. That's...
Are you related?
I'm a mother, yes.
I guess that's a relation.
Yes, yes, yes. No, it's very moving, and I think maybe more so for the younger ones who it came as a shock, and it's brought home the fact that we're all kind of mortal here today, gone tomorrow. I think especially so for the teenagers, the younger ones.
CNN and CNN International welcome to the coverage Christopher Hancock, a former British government official who is an expert on protocol and ceremonies. He has helped plan extensively occasions of state. Christopher, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Where are we now, and how is this unfolding?
It's unfolding very much as I had anticipated. For me personally, it brings back memories of Churchill's funeral and of the funeral of Lord Mountbatten. When we met yesterday, I spoke to you and I told you that there's a sense of grief which catches you as the cortege comes into view and precedes it a little. And watching the faces on the screen, I can see it happening today. There's that something that you can't put your finger on it at all. It's just something that precedes the coffin and catches everyone. Even the most hardened viewer of royal ceremonial is caught, and I've been watching the crowd, and as I said, there have been tears in the silence. And this was the case with the ceremonies that I dealt with before. It's now passing through Kensington Gardens area and Hyde Park.
Christopher, as we watch,
yes,
are we not seeing elements that have a very rich British history?
Royal funerals in this format, in fact, are a product of the 20th century, starting with Queen Victoria's funeral in 1901. Before that, members of the royal family were usually buried at night. But this did cause problems, and the classic problem and the interesting precedent which is being set here is, at Queen Victoria's funeral, it was February, it was cold, it was icy, and the horses couldn't cope with the cobbles. And Edward VII, the new king, ordered that sailors should draw the gun carriage along, and this has been the case until now. This is a break from precedent. This is a new modern look. It's horses, not sailors, that are drawing the coffin today.
Christopher, we're going to check in with Finola Sweeney. She is at St. James's Palace. A short while ago, Nicholas Davies and I were wondering about whether or not Prince Charles and Princes William and Harry would follow in. Finola?
Well, the latest information that we have, Bernie, and that is, of course, subject to change, but the latest information that we have is that when the funeral cortege comes down the mall here and stops to my right at St. James's Palace, it will be joined by Prince Charles, Prince William, the Duke of Edinburgh, and Diana's brother, Earl Spencer. That's the latest information we have. Prince Harry, 12 years old, apparently not going to make that last mile following his mother's coffin down towards Westminster Abbey. So just once again, the latest information we have, and subject to change, is that Prince Charles, Prince William, Duke of Edinburgh, and Earl Spencer, Diana's brother, who is expected here imminently, will follow the coffin down the last mile, through Horse Guards to the right, and then through on to Westminster Abbey. Bernie.
Christopher Hancock, the tenor bell every 60 seconds as the cortege moves down the streets here.
Yes, that's correct. It's a normal practice which has been, in fact, employed for about 700 years. It's recorded that at the funeral of Queen Elizabeth I, the same bell was heard marking the days of her life. And it's a normal practice that I would have expected to take place. If the Princess of Wales had become Queen and this had been a slightly bigger funeral, then Big Ben would have also tolled throughout the procession, as it did for King George VI and Winston Churchill, but not for Lord Mountbatten.
Christopher, let me interrupt you for just a moment to make note of some very well-known faces, as many more will be coming. Actors Tom Cruise, Tom Hanks, director Steven Spielberg, and earlier you may have seen Sting. And also Nicole Kidman.
Sorry.
Ministers, ex-prime ministers,
former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and her husband Sir Dennis.
Splendor.
Among those in this throng, Donna Kelly has someone who knew Princess Diana. Donna?
Bernie, Thanks. We're outside Kensington Palace once again, and Julian has joined us. He played piano for Diana on a Red Cross concert in 1995. Did you actually get a chance to talk to the princess?
I did. It was a wonderful day. She came in. We were all presented as the people who were performing in the concert, and she actually said to me, she said, "Did you bring your record with you?" And I said, well, I was a bit taken aback, and I said no. And she said, "Oh, it's a shame. We could have given it to everybody in the room."
How was she in person?
Very natural. I remember so well. I played Chopin's Fourth Ballade. And I remember so well, a very strenuous piece to play, and I came and bowed afterwards, and she was smiling up at me, looking with very simple appreciation. I remember it so well, very clear to me.
Did she talk to you about how important it was, the work that she was doing with the Red Cross?
Well, it was clear for so long how important that cause was. So it was actually the 125th birthday of the Red Cross. She'd come to make the event.
Certainly one of the things that the princess will be remembered, her work for charity. Bernie?
Thank you, Donna. The coffin in the cortege continues moving very methodically. Just to the south of Hyde Park, it is going to be leaving that area. It will go through the archway onto Apsley House, under the Wellington Arch, then up Constitution Hill to Buckingham Palace, and then St. James's Palace. The cortege now has moved away from Hyde Park Corner, and ultimately here, Westminster Abbey, of course, is where it will be coming to a halt. Christopher Hancock mourners, specially invited, upwards of 2,000, are slowly making their way into the Abbey. What happens?
Well, they will be shown to their places. The thing that fascinates me is the cross-section of people who are arriving, from Baroness Thatcher, a former Prime Minister, to Sting, etc. It reflects the huge range of Princess Diana's interests during her lifetime, and I'm sure it's something that has never ever been seen before at a royal funeral, not to that width. Historically, of course, people have always been invited, but they were usually the great and the good, and this makes this something very different. But the precedent was set at Lord Mountbatten's funeral when it was insisted from the highest level that members of his ship's crews and members of the Burma Association should be inside the Abbey and not blocked outside, and I think that was right. And I think it's right in this instance for Princess Diana to be buried or prepared for burial in the presence of those she knew well. The interesting thing is that her coffin is now approaching Apsley House at Wellington Gate. The Duke of Wellington had one of the biggest state funerals ever when he died in the mid-19th century, and it passed through this gate and in front of Apsley House on its way to St Paul's Cathedral. And there are hundreds of wonderful paintings and prints of that event, and I'm sure there will be of this. It's a moment of great history. 150 years later, a beautiful young woman is following in the steps of a very old, very venerable politician.
History indeed, as we look inside Westminster Abbey. Along this cortege route, historic building after historic building. Whitehall, one of them. Martin Savage is there.
Bernie, we're on the street level here at Whitehall among the people, and the view is perhaps not the best, but if you want to get the feeling of what it's like to be here, this is exactly the sort of spot you want to be. These two young ladies have brought with them flowers. There are so many people that are scattered amongst this crowd that have brought these flowers, and no one's quite clear exactly what they intend to do with them. Let me ask, you hope to use them in some way. Tell us how.
Yes, in fact, what we plan to do is when the coffin goes down, we wanted to actually throw them out, but we've actually decided that probably wouldn't be very practical and advised not to, so we're going to go down to the Abbey after and leave them there. But this is an extremely sad day for the country and the world.
Hold them up so we might see them. To point out here, though, the crowd has been told that they shouldn't throw anything towards the procession, but in fact, no one really knows exactly what is going to happen when the procession goes by. All of this has been rather spontaneous, and that spontaneity continues, even as the funeral does. Bernie?
Thank you, Martin. Wherever you are watching in the world, if you are just joining us, the cortege, the catafalque, the gun carriage, and the coffin containing the body of the Princess of Wales continues moving slowly through the streets of London en route to Westminster Abbey. At Westminster, Brent Sadler.
Thanks, Bernie. The VIPs are continuing to file into the Abbey. We've seen here over the past 30 minutes or so the actors Tom Cruise, also Tom Hanks and Nicole Kidman, and a short time ago the arrival of the singer Diana Ross, reflecting Princess Diana's relationship with the star-glittered world of Hollywood. I'm now joined by Tony Tolman, who cycled here in the middle of the night to see this event. What do you make of what's unfolding here before you now? It is rather an epic event, isn't it?
Well, I hate to confess I'm 50 years of age and I have never experienced anything like it in my whole life before. I just cannot express my feelings.
Thank you very much. Bernie, back to you.
Thank you. Brent Sadler. The many charities that Princess Diana was involved with have representatives who will be joining in once the funeral cortege reaches St. James's Place. Throughout the past few days, we have talked to many people, and representatives of these various charitable groups have expressed complete ecstasy that they are going to have a chance to express their appreciation, to express their love for the work of Princess Diana by actually being in the funeral cortege. We're just looking at some of these representatives. We are looking at the representatives of some 500 charities who were very, very pleased to know the Princess of Wales because she worked so tirelessly for causes ranging from groups involved with combating AIDS to, of course, her work through the American Red Cross, or through the Red Cross, in a push for the removal forever from this earth of landmines. One thing that happened that was very remarkable earlier in the week, Buckingham Palace announced that there would be a memorial fund, officially called the Diana Princess of Wales Memorial Fund. And ever since Diana's death in Paris on Saturday night, hundreds of thousands of dollars have been flooding into London from around the world. And most recently in her life, Princess Diana was patron of president of 6 charities, and as we say, through the Red Cross, she had launched the Landmines campaign. But all the charities this woman touched are represented in the men and women we see moving slowly in this sad procession. As we watch the cortege move, this is Mohammed Al Fayed and his wife, Mr. Fayed, of course, the father of Dodi Fayed, who was with Princess Diana the night they died in the Paris accident Saturday night. I was going to say that there is so much going on along the cortege route. CNN's Richard Blystone talked with a woman who was watching the procession and trying to do something else. Let's listen in.
Good morning.
Hi.
How are you?
Okay.
What kind of day is this for you?
Very, very sad. Very sad.
Was Princess Diana really part of your life in some way?
Yeah, very much a part of my life.
In what way?
In every way. In every way. She is the royal family. She really is.
Can you tell us what you're writing?
I'm just thinking while I'm sitting here what I'm going to write. I don't know. I'm just thinking while I'm sitting here.
Thanks very much.
Okay.
Can you read it to us?
It just says the people's princess should always be remembered forever.
Opera singer Luciano Pavarotti, he was so overtaken upon hearing the word of Princess Diana's death that he simply could not sing in London. And a few days ago, Wednesday, his office sent word that while he would not sing at Diana's funeral, he would be here. He is here. At this kind of occasion, no one wants to be late. The funeral for Princess Diana will begin in 1 hour. And here at Westminster Abbey, dignitaries and friends continue arriving to be in place. Singer Elton John will be singing at this funeral. And this is something he wants very much to do. Also, another of Diana's favorites, George Michael, who arrived in London yesterday. No doubt you have heard that Elton John has rewritten the beginning lyrics of what he will perform. Candle in the Wind. And the opening line will go, "Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts." Outside Westminster Abbey, Big Ben pealed 9 o'clock in the morning here in London, and in some 57 minutes, the funeral for Diana, Princess of Wales, will begin. As the funeral cortege moves towards the top of Constitution Hill, very, very shortly it will be at Buckingham Palace. We mentioned the representatives of charitable groups. Let's go now to Brent Sadler. Brent?
Thanks, Bernie. Yes, Princess Diana was much involved with many charities, not least elderly people. I'm joined by Jill Manthorpe, who's come from the East Riding of Yorkshire in the north of England. She's from Age Concern. You met Princess Diana. What did you think about her role in the world of charity work?
Princess Diana will be much missed. Her work with older people was very highly valued in the United Kingdom and abroad. She had a great affinity with older people and really made them feel very special. I know that I speak on a lot of people who are involved in charity work in England in saying how much she'll be missed and how much we hope other people will contribute to the work that she was involved in.
Has there been anybody quite like her, or could there be anybody like her in the future who could gain so much attention for charities and their fundraising events?
I think everybody has a little bit of Princess Diana in them, and so we hope that many people will feel moved by the atmosphere here and throughout the country in getting involved in voluntary work.
What do you remember about the time you met her?
When I met Princess Diana, she was a very charming person who made a very moving speech about the needs of families with handicapped children, and that's again another area where she'll be much missed.
Do you think this event will help charities who have a strong association with the late Princess to continue their work and to remain in the limelight, or are they going to suffer badly as a result of her death?
No, I think people have been very much taken by the appeal that's been made on behalf of charities and are contributing already in great numbers to the work and hoping that her work will continue, particularly with people such as the homeless and people with AIDS who are often forgotten.
Jill Manthorpe, thanks for joining us. Back to you, Benny.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Brent Sadler. Brent Sadler. The funeral will begin in some 55 minutes. Inside Westminster Abbey, invited guests continue arriving. There are very, very few politicians here. This clearly is Diana's funeral, and our analysts who are watching us as we report to you will have some things to say about that in just a short while. Every time 60 seconds go by, you hear the tenor bell. Everyone is moving very, very quickly now to get into place. The funeral cortege is moving along Constitution Hill, and in a short while we're going to come into the area where Buckingham Palace is. Then they will proceed to St. James's Palace. Right now, another landmark, Wellington Arch. Prime Minister Tony Blair, who before the House of Windsor responded to public pressures and criticism, Mr. Blair was very instrumental in defending the royal family as well as providing continuity. We recall he was the highest-ranking British official who spoke initially when the world was shocked by word that Princess Diana had died in the Saturday night Parisian accident. United States Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and his wife Nancy. There's one thing I want to point out to you, because once the funeral ceremony gets underway, you will not see this. Sir Richard Attenborough, famed movie director, we will not be seeing these kinds of close-ups. The Spencer family has requested that there not be close-ups such as this nature. So has the royal family. During the funeral, we will not be looking at close-ups. However, the Spencer family has said that when Diana's brother, Charles, the 9th Earl Spencer, and when her two sisters are speaking, the two sisters will be reading poems and her brother will give a tribute. When they are speaking, there will be shots of the Spencers, but beyond that, there will not be. And there are only two television networks inside Westminster Abbey, the BBC and ITN. The royal family, Queen Elizabeth, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, they are leaving Buckingham Palace. On the right, Prince Edward and Prince Andrew on the left. And I'm looking for the Queen Mother. I don't confirm seeing her, but of course one naturally would look for her. Nicholas Davies reminds me that most likely the Queen Mother will be coming by car. Not only is the sun glaring on the royals as they shield their eyes, but of course from our position here, high over the grounds of Westminster Abbey, there's a bit of sun glinting off our television screen, but also in this assemblage, the Duke of Kent. Nicholas, we're going to be seeing some royals we haven't seen publicly for some time.
Yes, indeed. I mean, the royal family do want to show the people, the nation, that they all care. And the word will have gone out for a 3-line whip for them all to be on parade today. The Royal House of Windsor has taken quite a lot of stick, as we know, this week, and desperately the Queen trying to push back the avalanche of criticism.
As the funeral cortege moves, we hear shouts. So many mourners realize this is their very last chance to speak to Diana. And as the coffin goes past them, we hear shouts along the line. Expressions of love. The tenor bell pealing every 60 seconds. The cortege moving down at 70 paces per minute. Watching this, among all our reporters, Richard Blystone.
Hello, Bernie. Well, the crowd and anticipation are growing here. The Queen Elizabeth has just arrived out in the street in front of Buckingham Palace, along with other members of the royal family, and drew a round of applause as she emerged from the gate. With her, Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, also divorced from one of the princes. Sarah and Princess Diana were great pals, even before the time that they were married, and this certainly will be a heavy blow to Sarah Ferguson. We're expecting that the royal family will now move off to St. James's Palace. One way we'll certainly know that is when the standard comes down, the royal standard now flying above Buckingham Palace, and you will remember that there was some controversy over what was to be done with the royal standard. People wanted to see a sign of mourning and grief on the palace. There was none because tradition did not provide for it. That standard is only supposed to come down when the sovereign leaves, and even when a sovereign dies. It is supposed to stay up because, according to the old phrase, the king is dead, long live the king. The plan is now, when the Queen leaves for the funeral, the flag will go down, her royal standard. The Union Jack will go up to half-staff. It's a gesture toward all the people who were out here. We were told a couple of hours ago, 10,000. It has been growing steadily since then. All kinds of people in all kinds of garb, from punk rockers to people in formal mourning suits. And from all nations, for that matter. From the United States and Japan and others, along with Britain. Curious thing about what happens at affairs like this in Britain, Bernie, they're generally left to be carried by the working class and the tourists. The upper middle and upper classes I can remember from the Queen's Silver Jubilee 20 years ago and from the royal wedding in 1981. They left town for the country. You see here your picture of Princess Margaret, the Queen, Prince Andrew, the cortege coming down Constitution Hill as we speak, led by its police outriders, flanked by Welsh guardsmen, men on horseback from the King's Troop of the Royal Horse Artillery, do the ceremonial gun carriage drills here.
As we watch the cortege move along, Nicholas Davies, just seeing the royal family led by the Queen of England standing and waiting and standing is symbolic.
Oh, extraordinarily so. Never does the Queen wait patiently for something like this to occur. And the very fact that she has been seen waiting for Diana's cortege to come down Constitution Hill towards Buckingham Palace is remarkable. It is once again an effort on their behalf to show the nation that they really cared for Diana.
One thing that's quite remarkable about this event of this magnitude is that the media of the world are here, and information becomes known very readily. We've not been able to confirm it, but the Associated Press is reporting that some mourners indeed have collapsed out of grief just as the cortege was moving away from Kensington Palace. Let's go back to Whitehall, where Martin Savage has this.
Bernie, we just want to demonstrate how the simplest things have come to mean so much during this remarkable week. I don't know if you can tell, I'm holding in my hand a card from a simple deck of cards, but it's not just any card. It is the Queen of Hearts. In fact, the Queen of Hearts is seen around here quite a bit, and it's obviously considered to be synonymous with Princess Diana. And if they don't mind, I'm going to read you the inscription that's on the back that's been written. It says, "The Lord was one day gathering flowers. He stopped a while and gathered our Queen of Hearts. Love from Kathy and Lucy in Ipswich." Kathleen joins us. How did this come about? How did you get this?
My daughter made us me two, one for my sister and one for myself, when she knew we were coming up.
And what does the Queen of Hearts mean to you?
Well, Di is the Queen of Hearts. She was and she always will be our Queen of Hearts.
What do you intend to do with this when the funeral's
Martin Savage, just let me interrupt you for a moment to point to the fact that the leader of the United States delegation, First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton, is being escorted now into Westminster Abbey. Nicholas Davies, we now have seen Sarah Ferguson for about the third time there.
You notice also that the two little girls there are her daughters, Princess B and Eugenie. Also, that all the royals have now gathered. The Duke and Duchess of Kent are there, Lord Lindley, Princess Margaret, Princess Anne is there also, by the side of the Queen. And they are showing by standing and waiting for the cortege to arrive. It is a remarkable tribute to Diana.
And if we see the picture of the Queen again, to her right is her younger sister, Princess Margaret. I can recall, and many of you around the world can recall, when the Queen was a very, very young lady and her sister, during World War II, they did a film to boost British morale and morale of all the Allies for that matter. And I recall as a little boy hearing now Queen Elizabeth saying, "Say good night, Margaret."
That's quite right.
And she said, "Good night." And Elizabeth said, "Good night." Outside Westminster Abbey, Brent Sadler.
Thanks, Bernie. The procession is scheduled to arrive by the Abbey door within the next half hour or so, where the coffin will be carried down the nave to rest before the high altar. A few moments ago, we saw America's First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton arrive. Inside Westminster Abbey now, the majority of the 1,900-strong invited congregation. The VIP guests have been arriving in tiers of layers of rank and structure, all walks of life. The royal family and the Spencers will be the last to arrive, the Queen driving by car from Buckingham Palace. The royal family and the Spencer family will be seated in the front pews on either side of the central aisle. Apart from a block reserved for ambassadors, seating is at random. It is a special mix of the formal and the informal, in keeping with the way that Princess Diana might have wanted it. The people all around Westminster Abbey are now crushed together. Some are listening to radios, others watching small television screens that they've brought along with them. We've heard others playing solemn music on their own tape recorders. One of the most popular numbers we've heard drifting through the crowd here has been Candle in the Wind, the original version, not the updated version which singer Elton John will be singing later on this morning. It is a brilliantly bright day here, crystal clear blue skies. It's warm. People are waiting quietly, packed shoulder to shoulder, tens of thousands waiting outside the Abbey here. Bernie.
Thank you, Brent Sadler. Westminster Abbey, the entrance. As the cortege continues moving 70 paces per minute, every 60 seconds, the pealing of the dinner bell. And very, very shortly at St. James's Palace, we're going to see 3 generations of royals. We're going to see Prince Charles, the Duke of Edinburgh, father of Prince Charles, and here we come. On the right, Prince Harry, who will be 13 years old in a week or so. His dad to your left in the center of your screen, and Prince William walking behind. On the right is Princess Diana's brother, Charles, 9th Earl Spencer. He is to the right of Prince Charles. He is to the left of Prince Charles. Our executive producer, Sue Bunda, reminding me of my right and my left, Nicholas Davies. This is such a sad occasion for all of us at CNN. Would that none of us were here today to cover this. But be here we must. Prince William there. on the left, Prince Harry there on the right, composing themselves with their hands clasped.
Be speaking about this level, if that's all right.
And now they are stepping off. This is an incredible picture. 3 generations from the House of Windsor. They're leaving St. James's Palace. On your left, Prince Charles, Duke of Edinburgh. And then Prince William. Charles IX, Earl Spencer, Princess Diana's brother. Diana's other son, Prince William, who, as we say, will be 13 years old in a week. And the father of these 2 young princes, Prince Charles. If you're just joining our coverage, the coffin of Princess Diana is moving now past St. James's Palace with her sons, their former husband, Prince Charles, and his father, also Prince Charles, having stepped in behind. These, the representatives, 5 each from 100 charities with whom Princess Diana was affiliated with, are very proud to be able to walk behind her coffin. The funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales, is less than 30 minutes from now. This has been timed meticulously, and even though the soldiers are moving out at 70 paces per minute, all of this has been timed. The Very Reverend Jonathan Jennings of the Church of England is here. It was good to see you earlier, about 2 hours ago, and as we get closer to this funeral, talk to us, please, about what is going to happen. Has there been a combining of liturgies?
I think what we've seen has been an incredible job of work, as takes place with any funeral in any church in England, of trying to meld together the wishes of the families involved with the requirements of the liturgy. And at every stage in the process, consultation will have been taking place between all those responsible for making sure that this very special and solemn occasion passes off in exactly the right way. It's been a huge effort, and what has been produced is a form of service that will be both emotional and yet solemn and serene, and give Diana, Princess of Wales, the kind of fitting, solemn, liturgical commendation that's called for.
The Dean of Westminster Abbey, the Very Reverend Wesley Carr, and coming in now, Diana's mother, Frances Shan Kidd. She came in from Scotland 2 days ago, and last night she attended a very moving mass celebrated by the Roman Catholic Church. She converted to the faith 3 years ago. Moments ago I misspoke. I said that Prince William will be 13. I think he'd rather resent that. He's 15 years old. His brother, Prince Harry, will be 13 in a week. Queen Mother now moving slowly in her car towards Westminster Abbey. Diana's funeral cortege now moving past Horse Guards Parade. This is the site of the annual Trooping of the Color, a military ceremony which takes place annually on the Queen's official birthday, the second Saturday in June. Two sons, Princes William and Harry, walking behind their mother's coffin as the procession continues moving methodically towards Westminster Abbey. The funeral will get underway in 20 minutes. Horse Guards Arch as the procession continues, making its way towards Whitehall. Sarah Ferguson now being escorted into Westminster Abbey. Prince Andrew there on the right. The young ladies, the daughters of Sarah Ferguson. They're being greeted by the very Reverend Wesley Carr, Dean of Westminster Abbey. As mourners continue very briskly taking their place inside Westminster Abbey, those inside are beginning to hear the strains from the New World. This is the slow movement from the 9th Symphony of Antonin Dvorak. For the first time in the history of Great Britain, the Union Jack is at half-mast atop Buckingham Palace. Normally, the royal standard, indicating that the sovereign is inside Buckingham Palace, would be atop. There was great controversy. Queen Elizabeth was criticized. People wanted to see a symbol of national grief, a symbol rather, and they felt that the flag flying at half-mast is what it should be. There has been a compromise of protocol here. In this country, the sovereign is never dead. You've heard the expression, long live the king, long live the queen. And Buckingham Palace was very concerned about this precedent. So the compromise was this. Once Queen Elizabeth left Buckingham Palace, then the Union Jack would be lowered to half-mast. But this morning, as the funeral service approaches in some 14 minutes, the world's minds are on what we are watching and listening to. The Queen Mother in her car slowly making its way to Westminster Abbey, as well as Queen Elizabeth II. The flowers atop Princess Diana's coffin. There's a card. There is one word. Mummy.
We love you, Diana! Always.
Now in the Abbey.
The Queen Mother and her daughter, Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of England, being escorted by the Dean of Westminster Abbey, the Very Reverend Wesley Carr. And the Very Reverend Jonathan Jenkins of the Church of England has been here watching all this. And you and I have been looking at what viewers around the world are seeing and also looking atop Westminster Abbey.
Yes, the flag that's now flying is the Royal Standard, which indicates Her Majesty the Queen is now in attendance at her church. Westminster Abbey is a royal peculiar, and as such, in some senses, belongs to the Queen. It's her chapel. It's also a chapel to the nation, and it's where the momentous occasions of the nation's life are marked. So it's fitting that her flag, the Royal Standard, should be at full mast atop the Abbey's towers.
The Queen Mother, they have just come through the Great West Door.
That's right. They're passing now the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, which is just on the floor there. It's ringed by poppies, as it always is. The Queen now being escorted eastwards towards the Sacrarium, the place in the Abbey where there's a crossing. It would be called a crossing in any other cathedral. Here it's a Sacrarium. Underneath the lanterns, and the royal family will be escorted to one side of the lantern, and the Spencer family will be escorted to the other, and the coffin will rest in the middle.
This is Johann Pachelbel, canon. The Queen Mother showing that this day will not deter whatever infirmities she has endured. She is 97 years old, and we have just seen her come down the aisle at Westminster Abbey with a cane, but coming down under her own steam. The funeral cortege of Diana, Princess of Wales, is coming around now Parliament Square as the Queen Mother continues making her way to her position here in Westminster Abbey. If you are just joining our coverage, as Princes Harry and William continue walking with father and grandfather behind the coffin of Princess Diana, the funeral will begin in less than 8 minutes. And I want to, before he leaves us, thank the Reverend Jonathan Jennings of the Church of England for joining us and helping us understand the symbolism and what is happening inside Westminster Abbey this morning as the funeral gets underway very, very shortly. And let me share with our audience a bit of education you gave me. The funeral cortege now here at Westminster Abbey, having begun the journey some time ago this morning, beginning at Kensington Palace. funeral cortege entering through the great west door is now in Westminster Abbey. All are standing, now moving slowly past the tomb of the unknown soldier once they step off.
forbidding prayer when the Dean of Westminster, the Very Reverend Dr. Wesley Carr, will invite the congregation to join together in prayer to give thanks for the life of Diana, Princess of Wales.
We are gathered here in Westminster Abbey to give thanks for the life of Diana, Princess of Wales, to commend her soul to Almighty God, and to seek his comfort for all who mourn. We particularly pray for God's restoring peace and loving presence with her children, the Princes William and Harry, and all her family. In her life, Diana profoundly influenced this nation and the world. Although a princess, she was someone for whom, from afar, we dared to feel affection, and by whom we were all intrigued. She kept company with kings and queens, with princes and presidents. But especially we remember her humane concerns and how she met individuals and made them feel significant. In her death, she commands the sympathy of millions. Whatever our beliefs and faith, let us with thanksgiving remember her life and enjoyment of it. Let us rededicate to God the work of those many charities that she supported. Let us commit ourselves anew to caring for others. And let us offer to him and for his service our own mortality and vulnerability.
If I should die and leave you here a while, be not like others, sore undone, who keep long vigils by the silent dust, and weep. For my sake, turn again to life and smile, nerving thy heart and trembling hand to do something to comfort other hearts than thine. Complete these dear unfinished tasks of mine, and I, perchance, may therein comfort you.
Domine de morte eterna, in die illa tremenda.
Time is too slow for those who wait, too swift for those who fear, too long for those who grieve, too short for those who rejoice. But for those who love, time is eternity.
Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains, and have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not love, it profiteth me nothing. Love suffereth long, and is kind. Love envieth not, love vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Love never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now, we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three, but the greatest of these is love.
Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. Called out to our country, and you whispered to those in pain, now you belong to heaven, and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in, and your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. We've lost those empty days without your smile. This torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. And even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you brought us through the set in, and your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. The candles burned out long before, your legend ever will. Where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, this road from a country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before, your legend ever will.
I stand before you today, the representative of a family in grief, in a country in mourning, before a world in shock. We are all united, not only in our desire to pay our respects to Diana, but rather in our need to do so. For such was her extraordinary appeal, that the tens of millions of people taking part in this service all over the world, via television and radio, who never actually met her, feel that they too lost someone close to them in the early hours of Sunday morning. It is a more remarkable tribute to Diana than I can ever hope to offer her today. Diana was the very essence of compassion, of duty, of style, of beauty. All over the world, she was a symbol of selfless humanity, a standard bearer for the rights of the truly downtrodden, a very British girl who transcended nationality, someone with a natural nobility who was classless, and who proved in the last year that she needed no royal title to continue to generate her particular brand of magic. Today is our chance to say thank you for the way you brightened our lives, even though God granted you but half a life. We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young. And yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without. And we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities, not to need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile, and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines. Diana explained to me once that it was her innermost feelings of suffering that made it possible for her to connect with her constituency of the rejected. And here we come to another truth about her. For all the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. The world sensed this part of her character and cherished her for her vulnerability, whilst admiring her for her honesty. The last time I saw Diana was on July the 1st, her birthday, in London, when typically she was not taking time to celebrate her special day with friends, but was guest of honor at a fundraising charity evening. She sparkled, of course, but I would rather cherish the days I spent with her in March, when she came to visit me and my children in our home in South Africa. I am proud of the fact that, apart from when she was on public display meeting President Mandela, we managed to contrive to stop the ever-present paparazzi from getting a single picture of her. That meant a lot to her. These were days I will always treasure. It was as if we had been transported back to our childhood, when we spent such an enormous amount of time together, the two youngest in the family. Fundamentally, she hadn't changed at all from the big sister who mothered me as a baby, fought with me at school, and endured those long train journeys between our parents' homes with me at weekends. It is a tribute to her level-headedness and strength that despite the most bizarre life imaginable after her childhood, she remained intact, true to herself. There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this. A girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative and loving way in which you are steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. We fully respect the heritage into which they have both been born, and will always respect and encourage them in their royal role. But we, like you, recognize the need for them to experience as many different aspects of life as possible, to arm them spiritually and emotionally for the years ahead. I know you would have expected nothing less from us. William and Harry, we all care desperately for you today. We're all chewed up with sadness at the loss of a woman who wasn't even our mother. How great your suffering is, we cannot even imagine. I would like to end by thanking God for the small mercies he's shown us at this dreadful time, for taking Diana at her most beautiful and radiant, and when she had joy in her private life. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister, the unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
We give thanks to God for Diana, Princess of Wales, for her sense of joy and for the way she gave so much to so many people. Lord, we thank you for Diana, whose life touched us all, and for all those memories of her that we treasure. We give thanks for those qualities and strength that endeared her to us, for her vulnerability, for her radiant and vibrant personality, for her ability to communicate warmth and compassion, for her ringing laugh, and above all, for her readiness to identify with those less fortunate in our nation and the world. Lord of the loving, hear our prayer. We pray for those most closely affected by her death, for Prince William and Prince Harry, who mourn the passing of their dearly loved mother, for her family, especially for her mother, her brother, and her sisters. Lord, we thank you for the precious gift of family life, for all human relationships, and for the strength we draw from one another. Have compassion on those for whom this parting brings particular pain and the deepest sense of loss. Casting their cares on you, may they know the gentleness of your presence and the consolation of your love. Lord of the bereaved, hear our prayer. We pray for the members of the royal family, for wisdom and discernment as they discharged their responsibilities in the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the world. Lord, we commend to you Elizabeth, our Queen, the members of the royal family, and all who exercise power and authority in our nation. Enrich them with your grace, that we may be governed with wisdom and godliness, so that in love for you and service to each other, we may each bring our gifts to serve the common good. Lord of the nations, hear our prayer. Diana was not alone in losing her young life tragically. We remember too her friend Dodi Fayed and his family, Henri Paul, and all for whom today's service rekindles memories of grief untimely born. Lord, in certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life, we commend to you all who have lost loved ones in tragic circumstances. Give them comfort, renew their faith, and strengthen them in the weeks and months ahead. Lord of the broken-hearted, hear our prayer. The princess will be especially missed by the many charities with which she identified herself. We recall those precious images, the affectionate cuddle of children in hospital, her relationship with Mother Teresa, whose death we also remember today, that touch of the young man dying of AIDS, her compassion for those maimed through the evil of landmines, and many, many, many more. Lord, we pray for all who are weak, poor, and powerless in this country and throughout the world. The sick, among them Trevor Rees-Jones, the maimed, and all whose lives are damaged. We thank you for the way that Diana became a beacon of hope and a source of strength for so many. We commend to you all those charities that she supported. Strengthen the resolve of those who worked for them to continue the good work begun with her. Lord of the suffering, hear our prayer. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love. As we reflect on the princess's compassion for others, we pray that we too may be inspired to serve as she served. Lord, we thank you for Diana's commitment to others. Give us the same compassion and commitment. Give us a steadfast heart, which no unworthy thought can drag down, an unconquered heart, which no tribulation can wear out, an upright heart, which no unworthy purpose can tempt aside. Grant us, O Lord, understanding to know you, diligence to seek you, wisdom to find you, and a faithfulness that may bring us to your eternal kingdom. Lord of the compassionate, hear our prayer.
I would be true, for there are those that trust me. I would be pure, for there are those that care. I would be strong, for there is much to suffer. I would be brave, for there is much to dare. I would
Therefore, confident in the love and mercy of God, holding a living faith in God's mighty resurrection power, we, the congregation here, those in the streets outside, and the millions around the world, join one another and the hosts of heaven as we say together in whatever language we may choose, the prayer which Jesus taught us, saying together, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. The God of peace, who brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, that great shepherd of the sheep, make you perfect in every good work to do his will. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and all you love, now
and forevermore. Amen.
Let us commend our sister Diana to the mercy of God, our Maker and Redeemer. Diana, our companion in faith and sister in Christ, we entrust you to God. Go forth from this world in the love of the Father who created you, in the mercy of Jesus Christ who died for you, in the power of the Holy Spirit who strengthens you. At one with all the faithful, living and departed, may you rest in peace and rise in glory, where grief and misery are banished, and light and joy evermore abide. Amen.
At the conclusion of the anthem, from shore to shore in Great Britain, there will be a moment of silence. muffled bells are designed to indicate a solemn moment of mourning. Leather holders have been put around the clappers to create this sound. In many places in Great Britain last week, people awakened on Sunday and heard this very sound in their communities, and that's when they knew something was wrong, those who had not heard about what happened in Paris Saturday night. If every signal moment in Great Britain's fabled history becomes the granted of precedent, mark down this day. The Reverend Jonathan Jennings of the Church of England is watching what you and I are watching.
Yes, this is the car going through the arch at Horse Guards Parade. It'll emerge into bright sunshine in just a moment. The waiting crowds watching Diana Princess of Wales make her last journey from London to her ancestral home and her last resting place.
The applause we have heard as the car bearing the body of Diana, Princess of Wales, a very extraordinary yet refined and restrained expression of adoration here in London. Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, with Queen Elizabeth, as they now slowly move away from Westminster Abbey. The coffin bearing the remains of Diana, Princess of Wales, now slowly begins to leave the area of Westminster Abbey for the drive to Diana's ancestral home at Althorp in Northamptonshire. The corrected pronunciation, as the Prime Minister leaves too, is Althorp. First Lady Hillary Rodham. We just saw a glimpse of First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton and Queen Noor of Jordan. Whitehall, we now call in Martin Savage.
Bernie, the sounds of Westminster and the service that came rolling down the streets echoed off the famous facades here, and it reverberated in the hearts of many people. It was as if they were in the cathedral themselves. Roger, what did you think of the service?
Well, I have to say that I don't think there are words that can describe my feelings. This is the saddest day of my life, and well, I think that every now and again a person comes along that touches our lives, and we've just said goodbye to one.
The Prime Minister coined the phrase the people's princess, and now today he seems to have spoken the words of the people. He was very moving in what he said.
Yes, we are very touched by his speech. I think that although she was English, we have to recognize that she was a princess that belonged to the world. And I'm happy about that.
Judith, what were your thoughts on the service today?
It's a very fitting tribute to someone who put an awful lot of work into this country. I think she had a lot of problems with the royal family, and I think this was a very fitting tribute to her, and I think it must have cost them for it, which I'm glad about.
And let me move on and ask one more. I saw you at times, there were tears in your eyes.
I mean, it's just so emotional. There aren't enough words to just express, I think, how not only myself, but how everybody that has been here today and throughout the world are probably feeling. I mean, for me, I just couldn't hold back the tears.
What about the children? What do they think?
I was really upset that she died. I was heartbroken. She was a really nice lady.
Did it help to see her, to be able to say goodbye?
Yeah. When the carriage went past her in it, I said, bye, Diana.
Thank you. Bernie, back to you.
Now let's move along the cortege road at St. James's Palace. Fionnuala Sweeney.
Thank you, Bernie. Well, the hearse carrying the remains of Princess Diana just passed by St. James's Palace just moments ago. And with me now are Hazel and Dennis Laurie, and they were watching the hearse go by and were able to hear the funeral on loudspeakers here at the Mall. What are your thoughts now, Dennis?
It was a very, very moving service. We were very lucky in that we once met Princess Diana. Several years ago we had lunch with her, and we found her a tremendous person with great personal warmth and that unique ability to relate to the ordinary person as well as being very regal and royal herself. And the service today was, especially the service from Earl Spencer, was very, very appropriate.
Hazel, this perhaps knowing Diana Spencer, having met her, would probably explain why you were quite upset, more upset than most people during this funeral service.
I just found it so moving. The music, particular pieces of music, I just found so moving.
A lot of people got very upset when they heard Elton John sing.
Yes, that was just wonderful. So emotional.
When you met Diana, what did she bring to you? What do you think made her so special?
She was almost so ordinary. I mean, I held her in awe, but we sat opposite each other just across the table having a meal with many others. I mean, it was a private meal, but there were several people there. And she just spoke to me as a normal person would, and I felt I could speak to her quite normally, you know, not hold her in awe. And she was laughing and joking and just such a natural person. And the warmth just comes out, you know. It was lovely.
So, thank you very much, Dennis and Hazel. Larry, thank you for talking to us. Bernie.
Thank you, Fionnuala. As the hearse moves beneath the arch, outside Buckingham Palace, Richard Blystone.
Bernie, the hearse has just passed here a few minutes ago, drawing applause from those among the 10,000 or so people here who could see it. I'm here with one of those 10,000 faces in the crowd, Lynn Marshall, who had to walk halfway across town to get here this morning. Lynn, how was it? Were you content to be one of the faces in the crowd, in this crowd, on this day?
I was very happy to be one of the crowd today. Very happy.
Do you think
I wanted to show my respect, and that's why I took the trouble of coming today.
The various gestures and the services and the observances that make you feel you got what you needed and wanted.
And to come and for the respect and to say my goodbyes and to see everybody here as well in person.
I see you wearing the black ribbon, which many people are wearing today. What does that mean to you?
It means as well, I'm wearing it out of respect, and the money is also going to the charities that Diana wanted to help. And hopefully I've helped, and I hope many other people buy them too.
Were you among those who were irritated or annoyed at the Queen for not doing something sooner to express her solidarity with the people, and do you feel better about her now?
At the beginning of the week, I thought it was very wrong, but now I understand after her speech yesterday that obviously she needed to be time with her family to get over the grief.
Thank you. Then, just one face in the crowd of many faces, but not so very different from all of them. Bernie?
Thank you, Richard. 75 miles between London and Northamptonshire and Diana's ancestral home of Althorp. Christopher Hancock, a master of protocol and ceremonies, is in our London studio. Christopher, what must be going through your mind?
Words can't be found to express what one feels, I think, is the short answer. Watching it from the professional, in quotes, point of view, there were many interesting aspects, but the service was very much built on the foundations that have been laid down in the past, and it reflected Diana. It was a unique funeral for a unique person. I must admire Earl Spencer for a first-class address, and also I was slightly amused there was a little tap for the royal family over the HRH and also over the business of they were not going to let go of the princes. He emphasised at the end they were giving a declaration, the Spencer family, to Diana, that they would watch over the boys as much as the royal family, and I think that was completely right. The one thing I am a little surprised over is the speed with which the hearse drew away with one car following, containing the Prince of Wales and his two sons, but there was no sign of a car for the Spencer family, which rather surprised me. But a wonderful service, beautiful words, beautiful music, and a fitting tribute for a very beautiful woman who's changed everyone's outlook on life, I think.
Nicholas Davies, you wrote the biography entitled Diana.
What has surprised me, the tribute from her brother Charles Althorp to Diana was not only the wonderful words he spoke about her, which we knew he would, but the bitter attacks that he made through that tribute. There were 3 cheers outside amongst the crowd that were listening as the speech was relayed. And the 3 cheers came up, one when Lord Spencer attacked the royal family, and 2 where he derided the paparazzi and the tabloid press. The 3rd and the biggest cheer came when he said he would do all his power to protect Wills and Harry from the tabloid press and the paparazzi. Those are warnings, A, to the royal family, and B, more importantly, to the media.
Diana is being taken to her ancestral home back here outside Westminster Abbey. Brent Sadler.
Thanks, Bernie. We are witnessing more than an event. We're taking part in an experience here, deeply moving and unforgettable. Tony Sharples, you were watching what happened here outside the Abbey. Your reaction?
I was really moved. I was choked up. I still am a bit now. I thought it signified all she meant to everybody. The speeches were right, the right mark. And Elton John's song was, I mean, there was tears in my eyes, and even men around me, like there were tears in the men's eyes, never mind the women.
Do you feel it is more an experience than just a spectacular event?
It's something I would never miss. It's something I'll always remember.
What about Earl Spencer's tribute to his sister, the points he made about protecting the princess from the paparazzi in the future? I
hope that happens. I hope they grow to be something like their mother. And I mean, William does. He looks a spit image of his mother now, doesn't he? I just wish them all the best, and that they can grow up as a modern royal. I love the royal family. I served in the army for 9 years, but things have got to change. got to be more modern to keep tone with the people.
The Earl touched on the raw nerve of the nation, didn't he? Hitting on the moral standards of a tabloid press that have been obsessed with Diana in her lifetime. Do you think people are going to listen to these words after today?
Yes, because I'll take it, what the press say, with a pinch of salt. You pick one paper up, say there's accidents, 9 dead in one, 10 in another, all different circumstances, all different.
So you agree with what the Earl said?
I agree entirely with what
Tony
he said.
Sharples, thanks very much. Back to you, Bernie.
Thank you, Brent Sadler. As his sister's body moves through the streets of London, en route home to a place that he knows so very, very well, Charles, the 9th Earl Spencer, still being thought of, his words still reverberating in the minds of people perhaps around the world who heard this tribute to Diana, Princess of Wales.
I stand before you today, the representative of a family in grief, in a country in mourning, before a world in shock. We are all united, not only in our desire to pay our respects to Diana, but rather in our need to do so. But such was her extraordinary appeal that the tens of millions of people taking part in this service all over the world, via television and radio, who never actually met her, feel that they too lost someone close to them in the early hours of Sunday morning. It is a more remarkable tribute to Diana than I can ever hope to offer her today. Diana was the very essence of compassion, of duty, of style, of beauty. All over the world, she was a symbol of selfless humanity, a standard bearer for the rights of the truly downtrodden, a very British girl who transcended nationality, someone with a natural nobility who was classless, and who proved in the last year that she needed no royal title to continue to generate her particular brand of magic. Today is our chance to say thank you for the way you brightened our lives, even though God granted you but half a life. We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young, and yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without, and we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities, not need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile, and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines. Diana explained to me once that it was her innermost feelings of suffering that made it possible for her to connect with her constituency of the rejected. And here we come to another truth about her. For all the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others, so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. The world sensed this part of her character and cherished her for her vulnerability, whilst admiring her for her honesty. The last time I saw Diana was on July the 1st, her birthday, in London, when typically she was not taking time to celebrate her special day with friends, but was guest of honor at a fundraising charity evening. She sparkled, of course, but I would rather cherish the days I spent with her in March, when she came to visit me and my children in our home in South Africa. I am proud of the fact that, apart from when she was on public display meeting President Mandela, we managed to contrive to stop the ever-present paparazzi from getting a single picture of her. That meant a lot to her. These were days I will always treasure. It was as if we had been transported back to our childhood, when we spent such an enormous amount of time together, the two youngest in the family. Fundamentally, she hadn't changed at all from the big sister who mothered me as a baby, fought with me at school, and endured those long train journeys between our parents' homes with me at weekends. It is a tribute to her level-headedness and strength that despite the most bizarre life imaginable after her childhood, she remained intact, true to herself. There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this. A girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved boys, William and Harry, from a similar fate. And I do this here, Diana, on your behalf. We will not allow them to suffer the anguish that used regularly to drive you to tearful despair. And beyond that, on behalf of your mother and sisters, I pledge that we, your blood family, will do all we can to continue the imaginative and loving way in which you were steering these two exceptional young men, so that their souls are not simply immersed by duty and tradition, but can sing openly as you planned. We fully respect the heritage into which they have both been born, and will always respect and encourage them in their royal role. But we, like you, recognize the need for them to experience as many different aspects of life as possible, to arm them spiritually and emotionally for the years ahead. I know you would have expected nothing less from us. William and Harry, we all care desperately for you today. We're all chewed up with sadness at the loss of a woman who wasn't even our mother. How great your suffering is, we cannot even imagine. I would like to end by thanking God for the small mercies he's shown us at this dreadful time, for taking Diana at her most beautiful and radiant, and when she had joy in her private life. Above all, we give thanks for the life of a woman I'm so proud to be able to call my sister, the unique, the complex, the extraordinary and irreplaceable Diana, whose beauty, both internal and external, will never be extinguished from our minds.
Britain is placing for final rest one of its most esteemed daughters, Diana, Prince of Wales, now being borne by hearse through London's outer city limits. We saw seconds ago the tossing of flowers, and police authorities, especially between here, London, and Diana's ancestral home, are hoping that people on the overpasses will not do that. They also are hoping that motorists traveling in the opposite direction will not turn to look. Authorities here very, very concerned about accidents. Charles, Diana's brother, delivering the tribute. Beneath the vaulted walls of Westminster Abbey, Charles, the 9th Earl Spencer, his words reverberating throughout this capital. Let's go to Finola Sweeney at St. James's Palace.
Thank you very much, Bernie. And with me I have Maria Davey from Oxford and Louise and Judith Brennan, who are both from South London. Marie, you heard the speech that Earl Spencer gave along with everybody else here in the Mall. What did you make of it?
Oh, it was wonderful. It's sort of fitting tribute from a brother to a really loved sister, and I thought it was really good.
Do you think it hit the right note?
It did. It moved everybody that was in this crowd that was near me.
Louise, what did you think about what the Earl had to say about the paparazzi, for example?
I thought the likeness he made between Diana, the Greek stories about Diana, the way that she, the huntress, and the way he likened it to that Diana was the hunted. I thought it was a romantic, almost a romantic way of putting it, but it was so plain, and it was so nice, just not nice not to hear the fact that he didn't use the word paparazzi. It was nice to hear it in a way which was romantic yet clear. You knew what he meant by it, and you didn't need to hear the horrible word paparazzi or the words press that you always hear in papers in London.
And Judith, if I can ask you, what did you make of what the Earl Spencer had to say about Diana? I think he used the words that she did not need a royal title in the last year of her life to do her job. Do you think he was having a little dig at the royal family?
Maybe, yes, I do think so. I always think it was a great tragedy that her title got taken away from her. But I think, sort of the work she did in her last year entitled her to that a million times over.
And also what he had to say about the princes. I mean, he made it quite clear, didn't he, towards the end of his speech, that he was going and his side of the family were going to maintain contact.
I think this would please many people, because I think one of the things that endeared Diana to people was the fact that she did take her sons to see ordinary people, how they lived, the down and outs, the people who are ill.
Which is generally a massive part of London and living in London. And she wasn't afraid to show it what hundreds of children and people see every day on the streets, but do not ever highlight, She
taught them what it was like to wait in a queue.
Yeah, she did. Take them to, to do normal things and as well, like take them to the cinema.
Taking them to the amusement.
She wasn't part of the establishment.
Very misleading, but thank you very much, Marie, Louise and Judith. Thank you. Back to
Thank you.
Bernie.
Thank you, Finola. Let's check in now with Martin Savage at Whitehall.
By Earl Spencer touched many people. In fact, it reached them on a very common level. Kathleen, what do you think this will do as far as changes how people view now the media, especially the tabloids?
Well, if it hadn't been for the tabloids, our Di would still be alive today.
You believe that quite
I do
firmly?
believe it. I do believe it. That's all there is to say. She should be here with us, really, shouldn't she?
Do you share that same feeling, Wendy?
I do, really, yes.
Should there be a change now? Do you think people will change as far as what they're interested in? They've always had a strong interest in the royals.
Yes, they have. But there has got to be a change.
Right. Thank you both very much for joining us. Back to you, Bernie.
Okay, thank you very much, Martin Savage. In our London bureau, Ben Pumla, a biographer who has written so very much, and he's been watching what has been happening. Sir, your thoughts?
My thoughts are that it was a very extremely moving occasion, and I thought that Earl Spencer's speech was exquisitely crafted and struck just the right note. It was not a bland speech. He had some implied criticism, in a sense, for the whole royal establishment, but it was not bitter about the royal family. He did reserve, however, some bitterness, some intense bitterness, for the paparazzi and the media. But I thought it was a beautiful, almost poetic speech in its appraisal of Diana and its recognition of her complexity, as well as her kindness and compassion.
Mr. Pimlett, how difficult do you suppose it was for Queen Elizabeth to be in Westminster Abbey and to hear some of the words from Mr. Spencer which were quite tart?
I don't think that they were tart. I think that what he was trying to say was that Diana was a very informal person and a very direct and immediate one. And in a sort of way, he was claiming for the next generation, the children, the Spencer side of the family. He was saying that they belong to us as well as to the royal family and to the nation. They won't grow up and just be stuffy and remote. I don't think that that was a difficult thing for her to hear. I'm sure she won't feel that. I'm sure she won't feel any resentment. I'm sure her thoughts were those of grief and concern for her grandchildren and indeed for her son.
But how do you suppose his thoughts will go down with the royalists in this country?
I don't think anybody would have any objection to them, actually. I think that what he was saying was not that Diana lacked a sense of duty and lacked a sense of duty to the state, but that there are other sides to life and that those were important. And he was, in a sense, saying the direction in which the monarchy should go. I don't think that that was out of place or exceptional or likely to cause anybody any heartache.
Being a royal biographer, do you think what Earl Spencer said can in any way change this monarchy?
I think his words will be very carefully weighed and considered, just as the Queen's words last night will be weighed and considered. There is a great debate going on, in a sense, about the monarchy. What I think this occasion shows is the extent to which the British people, whether they're right or wrong is another matter, but the extent to which they are attached to and relate to the whole strange royal phenomenon. This is a very royal occasion. It's a very personal occasion as well. The two are combined.
And Britons who have been waiting for hours upon hours along the roadway leading out of London are now having their last opportunity to applaud, to look, to reflect, to salute, and yes, to toss what we see, flowers, which have so scented the air, not only here in London, but throughout this great country. Between London and Northamptonshire, 77 miles. Right now, the hearse bearing the body of Diana, Princess of Wales, is in North London. And Britons who have not seen her are anxiously awaiting the hearse as it moves along rather briskly. Brent Sadler is at Westminster Abbey.
Thanks, Bernie. Well, crowds are still packed around Westminster Abbey and behind in Parliament Square, but many people are now just beginning to slowly return home. No one here could fail to be moved by what they've seen and heard. It was Diana's brother, the Earl Spencer, who gave a moving, extraordinary and courageous tribute to his sister. The Earl touched the raw nerve of the nation and hit on the moral standards of a tabloid press obsessed with Diana throughout her lifetime. The Earl pledged that his family would work tirelessly to help protect Diana's sons, William and Harry, from the kind of media exposure to which their mother faced and endured. The crowds around the Abbey applauded, and they again showed their support when the Earl promised that the Spencer family would spare no efforts in helping the princes face up to life without their mother, a clear signal to the royal family that the Spencers do not want to be shut out. The funeral service and its content was more than a special event. It was an experience we all shared, deeply moving and totally unforgettable. Back to you, Bernie.
Brent, as your friend and colleague, I know you read people very, very well. The contrasts on the faces of the mourners and indeed their body English as they entered Westminster Abbey and as they left.
We saw outside the Abbey while the service was going on, people openly crying, sobbing, shaking with grief. Some people have brought hymn sheets with them and sang along to the hymns, and sang along particularly to the new version of Candle in the Wing, which was sung by Elton John. The scenes around the Abbey were just unforgettable. People stood, watched, listened intently, but it was Earl Spencer's moving tribute to Princess Diana that really did seem to shake up the crowd here, and that's why we saw the responses that we did. Bernie.
Thank you, Brent Sadler. We now continue watching the hearse bearing the coffin of Diana, Princess of Wales, in North London as it proceeds rather briskly now, passing the throngs along the roadway to the sound of heartfelt, genuinely heartfelt applause. All over the world, people are thinking, reflecting on what they've seen and heard that originated here from Westminster Abbey. Among various elements in this exalted ceremony, this exalted send-off for Princess Diana, was Elton John.
Where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile, this torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, English road, from a country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your passion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
The motorcade now has just entered Motorway 1, and this is the fast corridor to Diana's ancestral home in Northamptonshire. Back outside Buckingham Palace, Richard Blystone.
Hello, Bernie, and here with a bunch of red roses. Two Californians here for the funeral. Karen Stockman on your right and Lori Dalton, her daughter, on her left. That song we've just been hearing on CNN, you haven't, but you heard it earlier, Candle in the Wind. What do you think of that?
It really touched me. I remember Elton John many years ago. My daughter went to his concert in Los Angeles, and it touched me that this was about Diana. And my daughter's the same age as Diana.
Lori, what is your reaction?
Well, the song obviously was originally written for Marilyn Monroe, who I didn't really have much of an association with, being she died sort of before I...
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt you a second.
My apology, Richard. I just wanted to tell our viewers that the cortege stopped briefly to clear from the windshield flowers, however lovingly thrown, which were obstructing the driver's vision. And police authorities along M1 for days have been saying they hope two things would not happen this afternoon. One, that people on the overpasses would not toss flowers, and two, that people in the opposite lane would not stop and turn and look at the cortege as it goes by. Richard, back to you outside Buckingham Palace.
Thanks, Bernie. Laura, you were saying, well, you were not the generation of Marilyn Monroe when that song was written.
No, but I am exactly the same age as Princess Diana, and it just seems so appropriate that that song was rewritten for her. And I think for me that was probably the most moving part of the service today. And it's just been fantastic to be here in a sad, ironic way to participate in this event that's probably the event of the century.
Let's move on to the left. Diane Davidson, you're a Briton.
That's right.
What did having that kind of a song in a service like that mean to you? Do you think it was appropriate? Is it the kind of thing perhaps that the royal family should be doing to update its image these days?
I feel it was certainly very appropriate to Diana. Somehow it was very ironic standing in front of Buckingham Palace with the sun shining, where normally people would have happy, smiling faces, and yet, of course, everybody was just moved to tears when that song came on. Even myself, the tears just rolled down our cheeks.
Do you feel that this day did for you what you hoped it would do?
I think so. I actually live in Germany, so I've been following it on the international news, and it was only actually standing here in London that it really hit me. Yeah.
Thank you very much, ladies. Back to you, Bernie.
Thank you, Richard Blystone, outside Buckingham Palace. For all our viewers watching around the world, if for some reason you did not have an opportunity to hear and to see the funeral service for Diana, Princess of Wales, in just a very short while, we're going to replay it in its entirety. I am honored to have next to me someone who knew Princess Diana, and she is a sister of the journalistic cloth. Barbara Amiel is of the Daily Telegraph. Barbara, please bear with me. We're going to pause for just a moment, and when we come back, we want to hear your observation about a difference in generational mourning.
Thank you, Bernie.
Quite welcome. We'll return to London in just a moment. Please do not go away.
Make short work of your work with Corel WordPerfect Suite 8. Loaded with amazing integrated features like the property bar, a powerful toolbar that changes depending on the job. The shadow cursor. Start typing anywhere. Your words will stay put. Corel Central with fully integrated email, scheduling, and address book, internet browser, and much more. Corel WordPerfect Suite 8. Office Suite Excellence.
It's fall, the best time to be planting your spring lawn. When you do, rely on Pennington, the people who make beautiful lawns their business. Pennington's newest lawn seed, EnviroBlend, can be easier on you and it can be easier on the environment. It's low growing, so it requires less maintenance. And Pennington's exclusive Pencoat coating makes it resistant to disease and insects. Pennington EnviroBlend, awarded the Lawn Institute's seal of approval. For your lawn, depend on Pennington EnviroBlend and new Enviro Shade.
When you have heart disease, you have heart disease for the rest of your life. What you want to do is control blood pressure so that you don't get to the point where you have a heart attack. Blood pressure tends to increase in the morning for everyone. At my company, we have designed a little pill that you take the night before that is actually a micro-engineered osmotic pump. This pill will deliver the drug 5 to 6 hours after it's been taken. The amazing thing is that by the time the patient wakes up, they have the right amount of medicine in their bloodstream. It's almost like this little pill can tell time. What we're trying to do is get more drug where it needs to be, when it needs to be, and make the patient's life more convenient. When I'm working on a program with my team at work, and we're making progress on something that's going to have an impact on patients' lives, it's the most wonderful feeling that there is.
It's a first from the dream makers of Disney. In Introducing Disney Cruise Line. Imagine combining a Walt Disney World vacation with a magic voyage to our own island in the Bahamas. Call and discover uncharted magic.
Princess Diana is going home. She is on the motorway number 1, M1 as they call it here in Great Britain. Someone who knows her very well, and I use the present tense intentionally, is Barbara Amiel of the Daily Telegraph. You said as you sat down that there is a difference in the way generations mourn.
People like myself, Bernie, grew up after World War II in the 1940s before Diana was born, and we were taught, as the Queen was married and then coronated, that we grieved privately, that grief was something you did with dignity, rather like an animal who's wounded and goes into the bushes. And there's been a lot of criticism, particularly among the younger people in England, who felt that the royal family didn't express their grief publicly enough. And it was simply, it's a generational difference in how to cope with something very, very tragic. And I think in this service today, the royal family gave the British what they needed. They gave people like me that feeling of privacy, dignity, and splendor in Westminster Abbey. They gave the younger people Elton John, who Diana loved. But Diana had another side to her, too. Her favorite hymn was played in there, and it wasn't an Elton John song. It was I Vow to Thee, My Country. She was a person with a genuine religious streak to her, and more than just what you might call a daytime TV princess, letting it all hang out.
Why do I think that you are convinced that Diana would have simply relished what happened inside Westminster Abbey?
Well, why shouldn't she? She had a relationship with the media and the press in this country which was quite unique. I think it was unfortunate that Earl Spencer, whose grief we can all understand, turned his eulogy into something of a battle cry against the media, because Diana both disliked them, she wanted them with her on Tuesday when she was doing something and looking good, and she didn't want them on Wednesday when she was doing something private. There was this ambivalent relationship, and I think that Diana would have probably rather liked to have seen the editors of some of those tabloids there, and she would have loved the spectacle. She would have loved to have seen the royal family finally opening up their hearts in a way that was very difficult for them, and she would have loved the crowds and the flowers, and it would have been a marvelous day. It's a tragedy that she knew in her heart how much she was loved, but she never lived to see it in actual fact. She never lived to see the royal family come around to her way of doing things.
But wouldn't she have clenched her fist and thrust her arm into the air when her brother said, in effect, my words, not his, there should be a cordon sanitaire around Prince William and Prince Harry? Paparazzi away.
I think that she was a devoted and a very good mother. It is not now an appropriate time to start analyzing Diana's flaws or Diana's ambiguities. Now is the time to grieve and give those children and the family the measure of dignity they want. But I think that she would have had a very ambiguous relationship with the paparazzi and her children. She wouldn't have wanted too much interference, but she would have wanted their development noted by the papers.
Barbara Amiel, Daily Telegraph. And your friend now, coming down M1 here in Great Britain.
We will never have the like again of someone of such glamour, such color, such light, and such life.
When we return, a replay of the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales.
So it's true, isn't it? You guys really are moving?
Yeah.
Well, that's just great.
Well, listen, they have to sell the house first.
So?
Well, selling a house takes time. We'll at least have the whole summer together.
You think? Goodbye. I'll miss you.
Our magazine helps shape your home. We can help sell it, too. Better Homes and Gardens, Real Estate Service.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
At National Car Rental, we believe that when it comes to renting a car, there's really only one place to go. Because at most major airports in America, National gets you in your car and on the road fast. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. National Car Rental.
Just when you get really good at being a baby, boom, you're a kid. Just when you're an expert at being a kid, you're a teenager. And when you've got the whole teenage thing nailed, you're an adult. Wouldn't it be nice to enter a new stage of life as wise as when you leave it? A money agent can help you make the right financial moves now. Because with time, we all get wiser. The trick is to get smart early enough to do you some good.
Summer's great at Ramada.
I love this guy.
Shh. Stay 5 nights and we'll send you one of 30 videos from 20th Century Fox free. Wow!
Quiet.
Hey, I'm working here. Sorry. Get a great room and a 20th Century Fox video. Call 1-800-2-RAMADA. All things being equal, we're better. You got it, big guy.
Westminster Abbey on this brightly lit Saturday afternoon. After the funeral services here, as we speak, the hearse carrying the coffin of Diana, Princess of Wales, is moving up M1, going to Northamptonshire, her ancestral home. There are so utterly many pictures to remember. One in particular, you'll recall, as the cortege was moving past Buckingham Palace. At one point, we saw Princess William, Princess Harry, in the middle, Diana's brother, Charles, the 9th Earl Spencer, moving behind the coffin, as well as Prince Charles and his father, Prince Charles, the Duke of Edinburgh. Here now, a replay of the funeral. The funeral cortege, entering through the great west door, is now in Westminster Abbey. All are standing, now moving slowly past the tomb of the unknown soldier once they step off.
is the bidding prayer, when the Dean of Westminster, the Very Reverend Dr. Wesley Carr, will invite the congregation to join together in prayer to give thanks for the life of Diana, Princess of Wales.
We are gathered here in Westminster Abbey to give thanks for the life of Diana, Princess of Wales, to commend her soul to Almighty God, and to seek his comfort for all who mourn. We particularly pray for God's restoring peace and loving presence with her children, the Princes William and Harry, and all her family. In her life, Diana profoundly influenced this nation and the world. Although a princess, she was someone for whom, from afar, we dared to feel affection, and by whom we were all intrigued. She kept company with kings and queens, with princes and presidents. But especially we remember her humane concerns and how she met individuals and made them feel significant. In her death, she commands the sympathy of millions. Whatever our beliefs and faith, let us with thanksgiving remember her life and enjoyment of it. Let us rededicate to God the work of those many charities that she supported. Let us commit ourselves anew to caring for others. And let us offer to him and for his service our own mortality and vulnerability.
You are watching a tape replay of Princess Diana's funeral. Her sisters read poems, her brother spoke with thundering eloquence, and Elton John sang. When we return, we will hear them.
Sunday, they are commandos armed with cameras. Their target, the rich and famous. Who are these photographers who have come to be called the paparazzi? Impact Sunday.
So here's the thing about Frontier Cellular's digital choice system. It's now officially on, which means it's delivering everything you want from a digital communications network, like crystal clear conversations that can't be intercepted, affordable calling plan options that work for any budget, and the only handset that's both a digital phone and a cellular phone. So it works virtually anywhere. So give us a call or stop by today, because hey, you want the absolute best in wireless communications. And all of us here at Frontier Cellular, we're with you.
This isn't the regular way we go. Are we taking the scenic route?
I thought it was time we did some exploring.
And you actually got directions.
This fall, discover New York's scenic byways. You'll find incredible panoramic beauty, family attractions, and natural wonders. Call for our Scenic Byways travel guide today, because when it comes to fall foliage, you can't beat New York's scenic byways.
So, where are we going next weekend?
This is CNN.
In the frozen Arctic, the harshest place on Earth, summer is brief. As the sun returns, life stirs again. That's when Pete Jess, bush pilot, polar veteran, and a Land's End customer, took our squall jacket for a tryout spin.
We get 30-knot winds up here.
It'll freeze you in a hurry.
Not with the squall jacket on duty. It has an outer shell of 3-ply supplex nylon, not 2-ply like some.
It stops the wind, it just plain stops it.
And now we've discovered a way to give it 10 times the water resistance of an ordinary supplex jacket. Yet it's breathable, comfortable, and lined with Polartec 300. A fleece warm as wool, but much lighter.
In the Arctic, staying warm is everything.
The Land's End Squall Jacket. PHS recommends it warmly. Land's End Direct Merchants. For a free copy of our catalog, call 1-800-LAND'S END.
Turn to headline news anytime for a fast-paced 30-minute update of the world. That's the CNN Headline News Guarantee. A whole day's news in a half hour, guaranteed.
If I should die and leave you here a while, be not like others, sore undone, who keep long vigils by the silent dust, and weep. For my sake, turn again to life and smile, nerving thy heart and trembling hand to do something to comfort other hearts than thine. Complete these dear unfinished tasks of mine, and I, perchance, may therein comfort you.
Domine de morte eterna, in die illa tremenda.
Time is too slow for those who wait, too swift for those who fear, too long for those who grieve, too short for those who rejoice. But for those who love, time is eternity.
Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains, and have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not love, it profiteth me nothing. Love suffereth long, and is kind. Love envieth not, love vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Love never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spake as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now, we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then shall I know even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, love, these three. But the greatest of these is love.
Goodbye, England's rose. May you well grow in our hearts. You are the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country, and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven, and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without your smile. This torch we'll always carry for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will. Where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, English road, from a country lost without your soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
This is a tape replay of the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales. Her brother, Earl Spencer, delivered a tribute. It was an extraordinary address. We'll play that when we return.
Oh, hi, honey. Am I excited about Thursday? Of course, Thursday's our anniversary. Thursday planned a trip. Yeah, we're taking the Orient Express to spot in Thailand for bird watching. Love you too. Bye.
New Visa Platinum.
Did you go to Thailand?
For the world of purchase power for the unexpected, including that trip you never thought you'd take.
This was such a surprise.
Yeah. New Visa Platinum. It's everywhere you want to be.
The Land Rover Discovery can take you just about anywhere in the world. So do pay attention.
Oh, bathroom. Oh, bathroom, bathroom, bathroom. Oh, yes.
Traveling's an adventure. Where you stay shouldn't be. Fairfield Inn by Marriott.
It takes 12 miles of cotton to make a Land's End pinpoint Oxford shirt. The cotton yarn is that fine. And that's only the beginning. It takes 69 different sewing steps. Some for seams that you won't even know are there. These Land's End Oxfords are made with authentic old-world tailoring. Like the English-style split-back yoke, it gives a little when you move. Even the buttons are special. They're made of the same tough resin as bowling balls. Even commercial laundering doesn't faze them. Now, maybe you can find pinpoint Oxfords with this Land's End quality at classy men's stores. But we doubt you'll find anything like our prices or our selection. Land's End Direct Merchants. For a free copy of our catalog, call 1-800-LANDS-END. You'll find even that's tailored beautifully.
I stand before you today, the representative of a family in grief, in a country in mourning, before a world in shock. We are all united, not only in our desire to pay our respects to Diana, but rather in our need to do so. For such was her extraordinary appeal that the tens of millions of people taking part in this service all over the world, via television and radio, who never actually met her, feel that they too lost someone close to them in the early hours of Sunday morning. It is a more remarkable tribute to Diana than I can ever hope to offer her today. Diana was the very essence of compassion, of duty, of style, of beauty. All over the world, she was a symbol of selfless humanity, a standard bearer for the rights of the truly downtrodden, a very British girl who transcended nationality, someone with a natural nobility who was classless, and who proved in the last year that she needed no royal title to continue to generate her particular brand of magic. Today is our chance to say thank you for the way you brightened our lives, even though God granted you but half a life. We will all feel cheated, always, that you were taken from us so young, and yet we must learn to be grateful that you came along at all. Only now you are gone do we truly appreciate what we are now without, and we want you to know that life without you is very, very difficult. We have all despaired at our loss over the past week, and only the strength of the message you gave us through your years of giving has afforded us the strength to move forward. There is a temptation to rush to canonize your memory. There is no need to do so. You stand tall enough as a human being of unique qualities, not to need to be seen as a saint. Indeed, to sanctify your memory would be to miss out on the very core of your being, your wonderfully mischievous sense of humor with a laugh that bent you double, your joy for life transmitted wherever you took your smile and the sparkle in those unforgettable eyes, your boundless energy which you could barely contain. But your greatest gift was your intuition, and it was a gift you used wisely. This is what underpinned all your other wonderful attributes. And if we look to analyze what it was about you that had such a wide appeal, we find it in your instinctive feel for what was really important in all our lives. Without your God-given sensitivity, we would be immersed in greater ignorance at the anguish of AIDS and HIV sufferers, the plight of the homeless, the isolation of lepers, the random destruction of landmines. Diana explained to me once that it was her innermost feelings of suffering that made it possible for her to connect with her constituency of the rejected. And here we come to another truth about her. For all the status, the glamour, the applause, Diana remained throughout a very insecure person at heart, almost childlike in her desire to do good for others, so she could release herself from deep feelings of unworthiness, of which her eating disorders were merely a symptom. The world sensed this part of her character and cherished her for her vulnerability, whilst admiring her for her honesty. The last time I saw Diana was on July the 1st, her birthday in London, when typically she was not taking time to celebrate her special day with friends, but was guest of honor at a fundraising charity evening. She sparkled, of course, but I would rather cherish the days I spent with her in March, when she came to visit me and my children in our home in South Africa. I am proud of the fact that, apart from when she was on public display meeting President Mandela, we managed to contrive to stop the ever-present paparazzi from getting a single picture of her. That meant a lot to her. These were days I will always treasure. It was as if we had been transported back to our childhood, when we spent such an enormous amount of time together, the two youngest in the family. Fundamentally, she hadn't changed at all from the big sister who mothered me as a baby, fought with me at school, and endured those long train journeys between our parents' homes with me at weekends. It is a tribute to her level-headedness and strength that despite the most bizarre life imaginable after her childhood, she remained intact, true to herself. There is no doubt that she was looking for a new direction in her life at this time. She talked endlessly of getting away from England, mainly because of the treatment that she received at the hands of the newspapers. I don't think she ever understood why her genuinely good intentions were sneered at by the media, why there appeared to be a permanent quest on their behalf to bring her down. It is baffling. My own and only explanation is that genuine goodness is threatening to those at the opposite end of the moral spectrum. It is a point to remember that of all the ironies about Diana, perhaps the greatest was this. A girl given the name of the ancient goddess of hunting was, in the end, the most hunted person of the modern age. She would want us today to pledge ourselves to protecting her beloved